Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here at Renaissance High School in the city of Detroit. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:04 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, in addition to Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing these language translation services for effective participation in today's meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, in addition to written public comment submissions. On that website, there's also a public comment portal that may be accessed on the front page. Once again, www.michigan.gov/micrc. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and the public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. When I call your name, please say that you are present. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please share where you're attending the meeting from remotely. If your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical, let us know that during roll call. Announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, village, and state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Villette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We'll now move to adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at michigan.gov/micrc. Are there any motions pertaining to the agenda, commissioners?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Curry to adopt today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, we'll go to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next on the agenda is the purpose of today's meeting. If there's no objection, commissioners, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Woods to present the purpose of today's public hearing. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we will move on. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Ede. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to see a great crowd here with us at Renaissance High School. This is the public hearing for the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. And we just want to go over the purpose and some guidelines and look forward to an interactive and engaging discussion. We want to express appreciation to Detroit Renaissance High School and their principal, Verinda Strader, for allowing us to be here today, and the whole entire staff for making this possible. I'd like to thank Detroit Schools, Alicia Merriweather, Deputy Superintendent, and Eric Jenkins, Associate Director for Auxiliary Services, for making this happen this entire week. We really appreciate all that they have done for us. I want to thank our community organizations, civic leaders, as well as volunteers for getting the word out and making sure that we have a smooth registration process. This is totally a team effort to ensure that citizens have an opportunity to hashtag show up, speak up, and ensure that their voices are heard as relates to the maps. History of the MICRC. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents, which includes 4 who affiliate with the Democrats, 5 what we call independents, but are known as being unaffiliated because they do not associate either with the Democrats or the Republicans, and then 4 who affiliate with the Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. congressional districts, Michigan House, and Michigan Senate districts. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission is required, I repeat, required to follow these 7 ranked redistricting criteria in order as outlined in Michigan's Constitution. Equal Population and Voting Rights Act, number 1. Number 2, geographically contiguous. Number 3, reflect states' diversity and communities of interest. Number 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party. Number 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate. Number 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And number 7, be reasonably compact. The Western Michigan District Court in the Southern Division, which is based out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, found the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. There was no finding, I repeat, there was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. The court ordered the commission to reconfigure state Senate districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, and not focus on race. Why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. Redistricting can keep your communities together. That's why it's important for you to show up, speak up. Redistricting will help make sure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. Why we are here today. We are here today because we want to hear directly from you regarding the 6 draft proposed collaborative maps and the 6 individual maps. We want to understand what map best represents you and your community of interest as is or with minor tweaks. Ryan, if he could wave his hand in the back, is here. And if you have minor tweaks or suggestions you would like to make, please go see Ryan and he'll be able to assist you. Number 3, we want to learn from your feedback to select the best map in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Public comment guidelines. You have up to 3 minutes to speak and can return for an additional 2 minutes to speak, whether you're in person or online. Number 2, you address the commission as a whole and not an individual member or a member of the public or an organization. In other words, you're addressing the commission and sharing how you feel about the maps or suggestions to improve the maps for the commission to consider as a whole. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone. Number 4, if any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. We want to thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines because we're continuing our record of a great interactive conversation that is full of civility, and we know that today will be no different. Once again, we want to encourage you, as well as those online or those who may be watching this later, to show up and speak up. You can like or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, or TikTok at Redistricting MI. You can subscribe to the MICRC YouTube channel. You can submit public comments or mapping comments at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. We want you to know that the public comment period will end on Friday, June 21st. Once again, the public comment period will end on Friday, June 21st. So we encourage you, if you're not able to come to a meeting or present remotely, to please submit public or mapping comments at the website. If you have any questions, you can call 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Once again, if you're listening, you have until 7:00 tonight to come down here. And just register to speak. You don't have to do it in advance when you speak in person. If you know someone who has an opinion, call them, text them, and encourage them to come to Renaissance High School. And we'll be happy to listen to what you have to say as the commission looks forward to selecting a map. Once again, thanks to each and every one of you for showing up and speaking up regarding Michigan's redistricting process. Mr. Chair, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Executive Director Woods. Next on the agenda is public comment. Commissioners, is there any objection to moving on to public comment? Hearing none, we will move on. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with live public comment, followed by remote public comment in chronological order. For your first time up, you will have 3 minutes to speak. And if you cannot get all of your thoughts about our maps out in those 3 minutes, you can sign up for an additional 2 minutes and we will give you that additional time. We have a few tools and resources here for y'all to use in order to provide comment to the commission. As you can see behind y'all, you have quite a few different maps. The ones all the way to my left, most of your right on that end, are some of the old maps. All the way to the left, you have the old Senate plan created in the 2010 census cycle that was created by the Michigan legislature before we had this new redistricting process in place. The second map is the Senate map that this commission passed 2 years ago that we are changing. And then the remaining 12 maps are what this commission is currently deciding between and the maps where we need to hear from you about. We also have out front a spreadsheet and packet of the data and metrics that are associated with these maps, including the partisan fairness analysis of the commission. With that said, we will get started. First up to speak is Oliver Davis.
Right. My name is actually Dallas Oliver,
Oh,
but that's,
good morning, Dallas.
I've been called worse. My pick is the Heron map. That's the most important to me. I think it's the fairest, so that one political party doesn't get an advantage over the other. I think that's the most important thing. And if not that, the Zotella map would be my second choice. And that's all I have to say. And thank you very much. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up to speak is Aaron Makaya.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Micaiah Aaron, and I serve as the Secretary Treasurer and Political Director for Laborers Local 1191. The laborers in Michigan represent 11,000 skilled tradesmen and women who build buildings, roads, and bridges. We are stakeholders in the various communities in which we serve. We instill in our membership that their everyday lives are not just impacted by their paychecks, but also by the decisions that are made on their behalf. We are here today because this honorable commission has been charged with proposing new maps. We all know redistricting is important because of how and where districts are drawn can shape communities and their abilities to elect representatives of their choice. Redistricting affects political power. It determines which party controls Congress, state and local governments. It has a direct bearing on what matters to a legislature, what they choose to tackle, and what they choose to ignore. Now that this commission has gone back to the drawing board and proposed 12 new maps, I am here speaking in support of the Zotella and Huron maps. Both maps appropriately redefine the lines to observe partisan fairness and the affected communities of interest. Although there are only a few requirements when drawing districts, these requirements require compliance with the Voters' Rights Act, and districts must be made equal in population and require equal access to political representation. As a resident of Westland, I am partial to the Huron map, which keeps Westland and Canton together. It will also provide a strong downtown community, which keeps the Hispanic communities of interest together also. The Zotella map keeps the west side of Detroit together, including Redford. That makes sense to me. These maps ensure that voters in those respective communities of interest in the Huron and Zotella maps have the opportunity to elect candidates who understand their issues. Today, I am asking you to adopt both the Zotella and Huron maps. It is time to move Michigan forward, not hold it back. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Wayne Chambers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Chambers. Yeah, I was sitting here thinking a while back, all of a sudden this map redirection, these maps of things, it's almost like I own a property and you guys come in my land and turn, making decisions. It's like I can't go across 8 Mile and make decisions. I mean, why are you breaking something that's already been fixed and you're breaking it up? Because when you get all these maps together, because I can't make decisions across 8 Mile. And as well, you guys come in and make decisions over on our side of the town. It's almost like, it's kind of like confusing. It's like almost going back in the heydays, you do what you want to do and we'll call the shots. And it's like, I don't know anything about out farther up north and all that stuff. I don't know about that. And I can't go up through north and make decisions. And it just seems kind of odd that all of a sudden we're redirecting the maps. I understand the city's getting, shrinking by the years and everything, but it still seems kind of like outright that, you can come across the border and just do what you want to do. Because we can't make decisions over there. And then we don't know who we get the decision from. You might come into my land and say, well, this has got to be happening. This got to happen. But I can't, understand what the decision that you calling, because now you come June, the last day is June 26th, when you make a decision? As far as when everything comes to, okay, you decide to make that decision, then what if that we're not welcome about the decision? What if we don't like the decision? Then it's just like approved and then just move on. So I'm gonna kind of like weigh a little bit and then I'm gonna weigh on this side a little bit because I'm still kind of confused with the decisions that you guys might make after June the 26th. That's my belief.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Bula Walker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beulah Walker. I'm a resident of the city of Detroit in Wayne County. I am a local 1191 member and support of withdrawing the maps. Redistricting is so important. Redistricting affects political power. It determines which party controls the legislature. This means that how districts are drawn and who is voted into power control what issues to address and which to ignore. I believe the current maps have a negative impact on Black voters in Michigan. All residents in the communities of interest observe representation. I believe the Zentella map addresses these concerns and is fairly drawn. Adopt the Zentella map to move Michigan forward. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Jose Flores.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jose Luis Flores, and I'm here to represent my local 1191. I got a question. I don't know, understand about this maps. I'm kind of confused, so I don't understand.
So we basically have to pick between these different configurations for the Senate districts. Michigan has 38 Senate districts. We're working now in the Metro Detroit area. We're changing anywhere from about 9 to 15 of them. And the maps you see are where those district lines are. A good way to get started might be to find where you live on the maps and let us know about how that configuration is for your community. So what area do you live in, just generally?
I live in Livonia.
Livonia. Okay. So I would just, a good way to start, and you can sign up for more comment later, would be to find Livonia on all of these maps and let us know which configuration for your area you like best.
Thank you.
In most of them, Livonia is in District 6. That might help. Next up is John Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Brown. I'm a resident of Livonia, Michigan, and I'm here to support the map Huron. And if not that one, then Zavalta. Both those maps represent the people that live in those areas. They don't crack and pack them like they used to. As you can see, all of us from Labor's Local 1191, we work out of the city of Detroit, but we live all across Wayne, Macomb, Oakland counties. And we're here to represent maps Huron and Zvalta. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Alex King.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the commission to let us be out here and hear our input. I'm Alex King. I am Livonia resident as well, so I think it's appropriate that we have 3 straight Livonians in the house. We show up and show out. I'm out here today to support the 376 Satella and Heron map 376. I think these maps were all collaboratively drawn and are really great in terms of protecting partisan fairness. I love to go out to Westland and Garden City, so it's really nice to, as a Livonia voter, to be able to share those communities of interest with my friends. And yeah, I think these maps are the best options from a democratic standpoint because it promotes partisan fairness, and it's the best way for me to exercise my option. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
My
Next.
name is Jakarta Makuru, and I am a resident of Detroit City in Wayne County. I am also a Labor's 1191 member. I like the Cardinal map. It is appropriated, defines the lines to keep similar communities together. Again, I am asking you to adopt the Cardinal map. Let us move forward, and thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Dana Hill.
Good morning. My name is Dana Hill. I'm a resident of Detroit City, Wayne County. I am here today as a Labor of Local 1191 member and support the commission of considering other maps. I believe the current map have a negative impact on Black voters in Michigan. All residents deserve representation. I believe the Heron map addresses these concerns and is fairly drawn. Please adopt the Heron map. I live on the east side of Detroit, maybe about 10 miles from Hamtramck, and I would like to vote on the east side of Detroit and not in Hamtramck. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Michael Taub.
Good morning. My name is Michael Tabb, and I'm a resident of Detroit in the city and in the county of Wayne. The current commission maps are not drawn fairly. This is a chance to address the concerns many voters in Michigan have. I trust that the 1191 Labor's local leadership has reviewed these maps, so I trust their judgment that the Heron map is currently drawn. Please adopt the Heron map. It keeps communities together that should stay together. I will help that the community vote in representation that will be aware of these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for addressing the commission. Next up is Ray Wilson.
Populating. Ray Wilson, resident of Detroit and City and Wayne County. I want to adopt the Huron map because of the communities stay together. It keeps the communities together, and it'll help the voting representation for the communities of Huron, because it addresses their awarenesses. Thank you. Their issues, rather, not their awarenesses. They're aware of their issues. Apologize.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Shayla.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
My name is Shayla, and I'm a resident of Redford in Wayne County. And I'm here today as a Laborers Local 1191 member in support of the commission considering other maps. I believe the Heron map addresses these concerns and is fairly drawn, and I believe that is the one that we should adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Yamira Moses.
I'm gonna let you get away with calling me Amir. My name is Jameer Moses,
Jamira, thank you for correcting.
but it's good. So, good morning, commissioners. I am, like my brothers and sisters, are a member of the Laborers Local 1191. If you don't know what we do, just drive on any highway and you're gonna see orange barrels, which we put there to help the roads get better. We also do building trades work, underground, and demolition. I, like my brothers and sisters, are here supporting the Centella map and the Heron map. Please, commission, let's not forget that the people, the voters put you in place because they were tired of the way the maps were drawn in the past. So we hope you get this correct. There's a lot at stake. We are living in a very, very volatile political environment right now. And every vote and every voice need to be heard. So please keep communities together. Let everyone have a say in whatever you want to vote for, whether you vote for Democrats or Republicans, but don't take the voice from the people. This is your chance to get it right. And we have faith in you or we would not be here. Thank you. My name is Jameer, not Amir, man. Jameer.
That's right. Thank you, Jameer. We're trying to get this right as well.
That's right.
All right, Marvin Johnson. Think I got that one right.
Right, Marvin.
Good morning to the commission. Yes, my name is Marvin Johnson, and I'm a resident of Redford, the county of Wayne. I am a labor local 1191 member. The current commission maps are not fairly drawn. A good redistricting process should help a community secure meaningful representations which consider communities of interest. This is a chance to address the concerns many voters in Michigan have. I trust that Labor's Local 1191 leadership has reviewed the maps. I trust their judgment that the Zetella map is correctly drawn. Please adopt the Huron map. It keeps communities with similar issues and concerns together. It will help that community vote in their representations they need. And also, I would just like to say, with this redistricting map, if we had that John Lewis Voting Rights Act passed, will we be going through this again? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Anthony Evans.
Good morning, commissions.
Good morning.
My name is Anthony Evans. I'm a resident of Detroit, of Wayne County. And I'm here to support my local members, Local 1191. I'm also a retired member of 30 years of out there busting my back to make this city what it is today. So, in fairness, what you guys need to do is get up from the table and go to the community and talk to the people and understand what's going on in the community. You can't understand what's going on by sitting there at the desk. Get from the desk, put your boots on, and talk to the people. Then maybe you will get an understanding of what's going on in the neighborhoods. I am a Black voter. I'm strongly a Black voter, and I'm going to stand by it. If you can't do the job, then we can vote you out of your job and get somebody to do the job. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Next up is Reginald.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Reginald Buchanan. I'm a member, retired member of Local 1191, and I'm in support of my union brothers and sisters. Everything they said, I agree with. And I'm very in support of the Huron maps, and I think that's the route that we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Leon Johnson.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Leon Johnson Jr., and I'm a resident of Detroit, Wayne County. I am a local Laborers 1191 member. Michigan voters have concerns about the current maps. I like the Huron map. It's correctly drawn. It allows for one strong downtown community. This will be important for residents and the business community. Please adopt the Huron map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Angelo Weaver.
Good morning. My name is Angelo Weaver. I'm a resident of Detroit and Wayne County, and I'm also a Labor 1191 member. As a Michigan voter, I have concern about the current map. I like the telemap. It is correctly drawn to keep the community in Redford and Detroit together. Please adopt this map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Kenya Willard.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Kenya Wooler. I'm a Detroit resident. I am in support of the 404 map. I feel that this map provides District 8 the most partisan fairness. Also, this close packed district supports maintaining the west side of Detroit. This partisan maps helps the majority of African-American districts to elect candidates of their choice that align with their beliefs and core values compared to a district map that initially minimalized the African-American voting power and preferred candidates. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Reggie.
Morning, Commission.
Good morning.
My name is Reginald Kearney, and I'm a resident of Detroit, actually in this neighborhood. So of the many things you've heard this morning about our concerns, I'm in favor of you considering other maps, because some of these maps separate the people that's been living in that community for years
And to have someone, like Mr. Chambers said, to have someone outside of that community to come in and try to fulfill the needs of the people that's been there for years. So I'm in favor of considering other maps, of the commission considering other maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Antoine Bell.
Good morning, Commission. Good morning to all my brothers and sisters that came out here today to show support for their maps and their opinions. I would like to start out by saying we need some fairness in what we're doing today. We're asking you guys to go home and don't take this lightly, but sleep on it and think about what's the fair thing to do. Not just for us, but for your kids and our kids together. Because this world is about bringing people together. And voting is very serious. But it's time to take care of the minorities, the disadvantaged, and the less fortunate now. And how we do that is by drawing the best map for the people. I support the Huron map because it looks like it's the most fairness. And it keeps the communities together. And we want to keep the people together, and not just in certain communities, but the neighboring communities around the city. So we're asking you guys to just show a little fairness and parity in your decision. And please, whatever you do, look at what you're doing and take it real serious. Because we're here today and we're real serious. And we thank you guys for having this platform, but we need more platforms like this because this decision today makes the decision for our kids, your kids, and kids to come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Kathy Furman.
Hi, my name is Kathy Furman. I'm from Farmington Hills, and I'm in support of the Zatella districting map. I want to note that the handout that you gave today with statistics doesn't seem to have the Heron statistics in it. I don't know if I just missed it in going through it, but thought I'd bring that to your attention. The reason that I'm in favor of the Zatella districting map is that it seems to support 3 of the 7 criteria that's listed in your domain, which is number 3, 6, and 7. It keeps communities of districts, cities, and counties together more than what appears in the other cases, such as Sterling Heights, Warren, and Dearborn. Also, because I'm from Farmington Hills, I believe that it keeps together communities that have lake districts and waterway districts together. And I would prefer to have a single senator making decisions or promoting legislature that promotes the ecological benefit of those waterways. Also, it does not appear to do some of the reaching into communities and exclusion of other communities that some of the maps gives the appearance of. It's a very contiguous map. It's got a square footage area that has a nice ratio between perimeter and area. As an engineer, I appreciate that. Have a good day. And I appreciate the work you're doing. And I worked actively in 2017 and 18 to get this district created.
Thank you, Kathy, for addressing the commission. I believe Heron is on there. On the first page of the spreadsheet, it should be the third or fourth row. And then for the more detailed analysis, I believe it's on page 3. Next to speak is David Lahr.
Good morning. I'm a resident in Precinct 2, Southfield Township, and I'd firstly like to thank you, the commission, for the overtime you've put into this particular issue of redistricting. There's certainly a lot to unpack here. Many of the proposed redistricting maps pose a threat to disproportionately serving the voices that make up these communities. I ask this commission to pay special attention to the political tactics at play that aim to suppress certain key interest groups in the communities that you're supposed to serve equally. When we looked at 364 Dove map as an example of having the worst partisan fairness score, this is a no-brainer that it shouldn't even be considered. Another area that requires our focus is 366 Curry, one does not comply with the Voting Rights Act and offers fewer opportunities for Black voters versus the current Linden map. 373 Cardinal is appalling. It carves up Warren without any consideration for our communities of interest. It also has a partisan score that is unacceptably low. Now, this in no way overshadows a number of the maps that more than adequately represent all interest groups. Maps that do produce results and have high partisan fairness scores, like in particular the map 404 Zatala and 367 Huron. Although in my interest area in Beverly Hills, that doesn't group us with the school district we're affiliated with and fractures us from other like areas. These maps were drawn by multiple commissioners that represent all 3 partisan pools and should be the status quo for fair reporting and representation in the new proposed maps. These maps emphasize fairness and help to assure that all voices are heard equally, but the voices of some communities of interest are not suppressed. I ask this council to ask themselves the following. Has a proposed map been drawn by multiple commissioners that adequately represents the voters in their area? Where does it fall in the partisan fairness score? Is it proposing to overhaul a district map that already works in fair and equitable ways? Is the data relevant to support the call to redistrict these areas? Again, I'd like to thank the commission for all the hard work you're doing. I know this is a lot. You're hearing from a lot of people. We appreciate that because you are going to be the ones enacting meaningful action in our voting districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Alice Mason.
I live in Detroit on the east side, and I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. I know this has been a long process for all of you. I just want to say that I prefer the Huron map as it scores the best in partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next to speak is Bob O'Brien.
Good morning. Like many of the others, my first thought is how important this work has been for the past 7 years in Michigan to do away with terrible gerrymandering. All these maps are quite an improvement over what we've had in the past, so I appreciate that. Our District 10 will be changed significantly by these maps, but I support that because, like many of the previous speakers, I think partisan fairness is a very high value. And I think all these maps do a good job across the board, but I think the Heron proposal is the best in terms of ensuring partisan fairness, which we all know is so important. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is David Bell.
Good morning. My name is David Bell. I am a proud Detroiter, and I currently reside in Inkster, Michigan. I work in District 1 in Detroit. I'm here to speak on Senate Maps 404 and 376. I believe both maps give fair and partisan representation to the communities of District 1. Both maps represent the environmental interest of communities of Detroit's riverfront, regarding pollution, construction, and the quality of water. I believe map 404 hits the nail right on the head with keeping Livonia, Inkster, and Westland together because we all border each other. Our kids go to school out there together. We play in sports leagues. Please adopt these maps. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for addressing the commission. Next to speak is Andrew Thompson.
Good morning. So my name is Andrew Thompson. I've been a Detroit resident, city of Detroit for 16 years. I teach part-time at the College for Creative Studies in Detroit at the University of Michigan, and I do construction work in the summertime. I don't own a car, and I use public transportation, including the 1 hour and 20-minute bus ride to get up here from Southwest Detroit. Several of my college students graduated from Renaissance, so it's a privilege for me to be here today. I want to start by saying thank you to the commission. I really appreciate the work you've been doing. I gave public comment back in 2021 during the redistricting process. I want to speak in favor of maps 404, the Zatella map, and 376, the Heron map, because not only do they allow for competitive state Senate races going forward, which is vital to our democracy, they also uphold the principles of the Voting Rights Act, which as a resident of a majority Black city is very important. Last thing I want to say is that I live a 10-minute walk from the Detroit River between the now 2 bridges to Canada in a vibrant community that takes full advantage of our public parks and local businesses. The Zatella map and the Heron map are drawn in a way that groups together communities and industrial zones that are along the river in Detroit, downriver, and River Rouge, areas that have common cause around the waterways. The water doesn't just stay in one place, it affects all of our area. And we need representation that's willing to speak on that and make sure our children, grandchildren, and all of us have safe drinking water. Thank you very much for listening. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Tracy Pease.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank the commission for your work on this. I definitely do not envy your job. So thank you. My name's Tracy Pease. I am a longtime resident of Hazel Park, and I am looking at the Zatella map. District 10, you have Huntington Woods, Berkeley, and Pleasant Ridge all together. That also constitutes the Berkeley School District. where my 6-year-old niece will be going to the first grade in the fall. You have Centerline, which I consider pretty much a city within the city of Warren, and Madison Heights and Hazel Park that have historically always aligned with each other. And then you added parts of Royal Oak. So I'm 100% for the Zetella map. I believe this is the map that should be taken. And thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up to speak is Lauren Lisi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Lisi, and I live in Huntington Woods. Today, I speak in favor of the Heron map. As a person who gathered petition signatures for the initiative that led to the creation of this commission, the number one issue that convinced Michiganders to sign that petition was the promise of nonpartisanly fair maps. That is also my number one priority. In looking at fairness scores, Heron and Zetella are the fairest among the maps under consideration and score well with respect to the Voting Rights Act requirements. As a white woman with no religious affiliation, no ethnic identity, and no real allegiance to a particular community or city except my own, communities of interest does not factor into my map choice. However, for my Jewish neighbors, the Heron map would keep the majority Jewish population in Huntington Woods together with the large Jewish communities in Oak Park and Southfield. Personally, I prefer the Heron map because most of my friends outside of Huntington Woods are from Oak Park or Berkeley, and I tend to do my shopping, dining out, and walking west of Woodward in Oak Park and Berkeley. However, the people of Michigan and Southeast Michigan will have been well served if the commission chooses either the Heron or Zetella map, as they both score well on fairness and VRA compliance. I thank you, as many people have, for your service to democracy and to the citizens of Michigan, and thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Doricine Wesley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or afternoon, or whatever it is. My name is Doricine Wesley. I'm here on behalf of Detroit Downriver A. Philip Randolph Institute, but I am a lifelong Detroiter as well. I've listened to a lot of different people here talking about the maps. I personally have looked at Zetella and the Heron. They seem to be more equitable for what I was looking for as far as keeping communities together. I heard the lady talk about the Berkeley and Oak Park and all these different areas, and I have affiliations with all of that. Oak Park, Berkeley, my grandchildren go to Berkeley schools. But we need to keep Detroit where we can have a voice. And Heron and Zetella seems to be the most equitable for that. But I did have a question for the panel.
Sure.
Because I just started looking at these maps. There was a lot that I didn't understand. So I get a couple of I know you had 7 criteria that you went through to draw these maps. How many of the criteria does 376 and 404 meet? I couldn't figure that out.
So right where you signed up to speak, we have a spreadsheet that
I
lists
saw
all of that
but I didn't
data.
understand it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
So I just needed you to tell me.
Yeah, so like on it, you see like VRA districts. That's the number of VRA districts. You see number of change districts. That's how many districts it changed from the Linden map to your right. And then you see the partisan fairness measures that this commission uses. That's on the first page. And then on the subsequent pages, you can get a little bit more detail on
Okay.
each of these. So I'd encourage you to look at that. And you know,
try.
if you want to stick around and look at more of the maps,
No,
they're
I
all
have-
over here.
I've looked at the ones and yeah, some of them are not going to work for me.
Wonderful.
The two that I do like the best are Satella and Heron, and I would strongly ask that you promote those two, at least.
Okay. Well, thank you for addressing the commission.
Oh, thank you for your service.
Next up is Emery Pence.
Good morning. And I'd like to thank everyone who came out to talk today. Compared to all the people who don't take an interest, you should be commended. And to you, thank you. Years ago, I applied to be on the commission. And almost every day, I thank the Lord that I didn't get. So thank you. I can't imagine juggling all these different factors and coming up with this and doing all this. I think I'm a smart guy, but I couldn't do it. So thank you. I live in Southfield Township, Beverly Hills, and I'd like to speak in favor of the Satella map 404, but I also like the Heron map. I like the Satella map because it does a great job of keeping communities together. It scores high on the partisan fairness. As a resident of Beverly Hills, I would be kept with my current community. We are very much connected to Birmingham, the school district, and other things. So that it fits me personally. I think it does a great job. Also, I was born in Pontiac, longtime lover of Pontiac, do a lot of things in Pontiac. And I think that the Satella map does a great job of giving better Black representation in Pontiac, something that's sorely needed. So I'd like to speak in favor of Satella, but I like Heron also. And thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And I think you could do this job too.
Didn't step away.
Sure.
And this is a curiosity question. I assume that all these maps have been legally analyzed by your best lawyers to pass muster from the court. Is that true?
They've all undergone a VRA analysis after we were done. After we'd already drawn the maps, we then sent it to our lawyers and they gave a VRA analysis on it. But at the end of the day, it's going to be this group of 13 people that decides.
Okay, thank you.
You never know what a court's going to do, by the way.
Don't say that.
All right, next up is Crystal Bailey.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Crystal Bailey and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for taking interest in the public's comment. I spoke previously coming out of the Hickory map into the Motown Sound map, and I'm very happy with the Motown Sound map. Thank you for your work. Today, I am in favor, well, I have a question. Will there be other maps proposed after today? Okay, because 1191 was really hoping for, well, some of them was hoping for another option to have other maps. But I'm in support of the Huron map. I live in Oak Park, Michigan, and Oak Park being grouped with Wayne County and other communities within the city of Detroit, I'm really in favor of. I think that it really helps with being more fair and equitable, at least in my community. And yes, I'm in favor of the Huron map. I'm Crystal Bailey. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. We could take a map and, change it slightly to improve upon it if you have any suggestions.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Next up is Virgil Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Thank you,
Smith.
commissioners, for being here. Thank you for your diligent work in this process. I don't envy. I have been in your shoes. I was part of the Michigan legislature. That was the last group that drew lines, and we drew the first map that you have down there. So I keep hearing people speak on the Huron map. I'm from the Northeast side, Coney Gardens, born and raised. I'm in precinct 88 right now. You carve us out right there. I mean, we're going to get watered down. We will have no saying up in Sterling Heights. That district will be dominated by Macomb County, and the people in Detroit will get lost. And that includes me. I live right here in Farwell. So that's a no to the Huron map. I love the Scintilla map. I love the Crane map. The Michigan Democratic Party Black Caucus is in support of the Crane map. So I have the Scintilla map, the Crane map. It's no to the Huron map. If you're from the Northeast side, I'm trust and believe. If you're from where I live over there, the Persian area, the Osborne area, because that's what that includes, Persian and Osborne, you're going to get lost in that one. So please take into account that Northeast side section right there on that Huron map. I don't like that at all. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission, and thank you to you for your service to the state. Next up is Maya Anthony.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Maya Anthony. I was born and raised on the northwest side of Detroit, Michigan, and I'm here to speak on what will potentially be my redrawn district. Speaking a little on map 404, I would be grouped in District 8. It's not perfect, right? But it appears to be more ideal for the Northwest Detroit community. Being on the west side of the city, I can appreciate being grouped with other West Siders with similar interests, such as Rosedale Park in that area, some areas in Mary Grove District, even Redford. I just never understood why my community was grouped with Bloomfield Hills. Like it is in a Linden map. There's just so very little that connects us, which isn't beneficial in voting for local policies that bring consistency to the Detroiters' needs. So we need representatives to stand for racial equity, very specifically that health and life stability for our families. So we vote in a way that demands this and demands more of these things in order to have a fair and flourishing quality of life for generations to come. So the closest maps to that would be map 404 and map 376. With map 376, I don't even mind being grouped like I with Oak Park, some of Huntington Woods and Berkeley. At least it doesn't stretch all the way to Bloomfield. And I ain't crazy. I can't say that I'm crazy about Farmington Hills being there, but it is better. And then I'd be grouped in District 3. So thank you all for the dedicated work that you're doing to redraw these maps for Michigan and your concentration on the city and the communities that I still live in. And I'll just close with saying that I just really don't want us to take another risk of adopting maps that have lower partisan fairness scores than our current ones, because that would be very bad. And we as voters should certainly have the power to elect lawmakers who can directly represent our interests and concerns. So hopefully there's something here today that could be helpful for the decision you all have to make. And then you can just add that northeast side so this gentleman will be happy. And let's adopt Huron or 376 and 404. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Veronica Adams.
Hello, my name is Veronica Adams. I live in North Central Detroit. Actually, I'd like to just sort of second everything Mr. Peace said so eloquently. And we do rock. We are here. And thank you for for your service and for all that you did. Well, some different people 3 years ago. The voters of Michigan benefited from your public service, the public service of this commission, and obviously not quite perfect, but hopefully we can get it right this time so we don't end up back here in another couple of years. From my understanding of looking at these maps, number 404 Zatella seems to have the best as far as fairness. And the VA districts, but also allows many of the communities of interest, ethnic and racial groups to be able to have a more cohesive electoral voice. The second best, as I interpret it, is the Heron map, which accomplishes many of the same benefits as the Zatella, but may not give Pontiac voters the best opportunity to have representation that reflects their demographics. But anyway, thank you again, and goodbye.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Is there anyone else here live in the crowd that has not spoken yet that would like to? Okay, if you change your mind and you would, you can. Sure.
Did I hear you say that there could be some tweaking of the maps?
Yes, we could take a map and do, the tweaks at this point kind of have to be smaller.
Yeah.
But we could.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
Cool.
For that gentleman there, that little bit. Could somebody take a look at that?
I hear you. Thank you. Okay, in that case, we will move on to remote public comment. The first person we have signed up for remote public comment is Ani.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Wonderful. Good morning. Hi, commissioners. Thank you all for the hard work that you're doing to deliver the best maps possible for the people of this state. That said, I'm here again today because I want to once again speak in favor of map 404. As I mentioned yesterday, it is a strong map for the downriver communities. Not only that, it keeps some of the communities with the most needs together, specifically Romulus, which has experienced a historic dividing and disenfranchisement of that community over the years in various maps drawn. Having that community together is a shot for justice for that community and downriver at large. Thank you again for all the hard work you are doing, and please adopt map 404 as it is the best map not only for downriver, but for the state due to its strict adherence to partisan fairness. Thank you for the time to speak. Thank you for the hard work you're doing. And once again, please adopt map 404.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have James Gallant.
Hello. James Gallant, Marquette. These are opinions. To the MICRC Commission as a whole, thanks for acknowledging my civility. So why did y'all allow full-on debate and deliberation to approve a voters not politicians public policy proposal at your
Mr.
June
Gallant.
12th public hearing without prior notice, no new business on the agenda? You were instructed by the Department of State. What's that? Hello? Can you hear me?
No.
Mr. Gallant,
At your June 12th
your phone is
public
breaking up.
hearing, no motion is second.
Mr. Gallant, your phone is breaking up rather badly. Can you try to move somewhere with better service so that all those online are able to hear you?
Are you hearing
And
me now?
those in person.
Okay. Give me a few minutes and move on to the next. If you can come back to me, please.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, next up is Autumn Butler.
Good morning, commissioners and fellow Michigan citizens. I am a 13-year resident of Auburn Hills. I have also lived in Pontiac, and I have been a resident in Oakland County for more than 40 years. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of you all adopting the Zatella map, map 404. For us up in North Oakland County is oftentimes represented as primarily a white county, but there's a significant portion of people of color in that community, and map 404 would best represent our interests as a community of interest. Having Oak Park, Southfield, Auburn Hills, and Pontiac together is so important. We often we're neighbors. It's a compact, contiguous district. We shop in each other's cities. My son plays baseball with kids in Oak Park. It is very important for us to remain a community of interest and to remain together. I think also specifically as an Auburn Hills resident, our city also incorporates Pontiac School District. So it's important for us to be able to vote and to be able to be together with our neighbors. I think that map 404 has a high degree of partisan fairness and also is VRA compliant. So for us, the Zatella map, map 404 is the best map that we could have for the state of Michigan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Chad Gurrent.
That participant is not present. The next participant we have available online that has signed up is Chris.
Okay. Chris, are you with us?
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners and members present. My name is Chris Herwire. I am from the Grand Rapids area, residing in the city of Wyoming, but I have a number of friends and family that live in the Metro Detroit area. So I thought it important for me to speak up on a couple of these maps today. Particularly on 3 maps that have different aspects that are, I believe, beneficial to certain areas. Number 1, I believe that the Heron map represents the portions of Southeast Oakland, particularly the city of Royal Oak, very well in, I'm trying to remember which district number that is, District 9 in that proposal. I believe that District 9 for the Heron map does very well to represent those communities. I also believe with friends that I have in the Sherwood Forest neighborhood of Detroit that District 8 under Commissioner Kellum's map also represents that community very well. On the whole, though, when looking at partisan fairness metrics that you, the commission, and other groups have put forward, efficiency gap, partisan fairness outcomes, etc., I believe that Commissioner Zatella's map does the best job of achieving partisan fairness. So I would respectfully request that the commission seriously consider moving forward with one of those three maps, Heron, Kellam, or Satella. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear my comments.
Thank you, Chris, for addressing the commission. Do we want to try Mr. Gallant again?
Certainly, Chair. Let me make sure he is. There we go. He is. I will allow him to speak.
I feel like one of the bird naps has a much better chance of passing.
Mr. Gallant, are you available? You are off mute, but I'm not hearing any sound come through. Okay, we should allow him a few more minutes and then come back to him, please, Chair.
All right, next up, we have Mary Ann Fontana.
That participant is not present.
How about Lori Boyce?
That participant is present. Just one moment.
Hello. Hello, my name is Lori Boyce and I live in Farmington Hills. I'm very interested in partisan fairness. After all, the commission was created to end gerrymandering. After looking at the maps and analysis provided on the commission's website, I prefer the Zatella map. My own community is still split up. However, I believe it is the best map overall. I noticed that the Zatella map is really trying to reflect comments from community members. For instance, Pontiac is in district with Southfield and Royal Oak Township, preserving a COI that has been discussed at a few meetings and gives these communities the best chance of having Black representation. I also like that the partisan fairness and VRA scores are very good for this map, though Heron also scores well in these categories. Heron, however, splits Farmington and Farmington Hills even further and puts us with communities that would significantly dilute our voice, hence my preference for the Zatella map. There has been a fair amount of discussion about Cardinal, and I would like to point out that the mean median bias is far worse, more than double, than the Linda map. While you have two perfectly good options in Zatella and Heron, that actually improve this measure. It doesn't make any sense to pick a map that could result in gerrymandered districts when there are perfectly good options available to you. I hope that this commission can set aside personal differences and come together around the Zatella map. It could use Commissioner Kellam's knowledge of Detroit neighborhoods as a small improvement. And from my own personal perspective, to move Southern Farmington Hills with the rest of our community and perhaps move the top part of District 13 over to District 7, which is a below target population. Otherwise, I think the map is so far the best and does the best for partisan fairness. There was also a comment by Maya Anthony about the concern over Northwest Detroit and not liking it to be with Farmington Hills. So that might be a tweak as well to bring us together, bring Farmington Hills together. So thank you very much for all your hard work and for your consideration of my comments.
All right, I need my hat. You guys can go get in line because I guarantee you there's going to be a line for vouchers. Okay. Do you want to take the voucher?
Thank you, Mary Ann, for addressing the commission. Next up is Anthony Scannell.
Morning, Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. I prefer the Curry, Orton, and Crane maps for my community of interest, and looking at District 1, where it doesn't cross from east to southwest. I think Zatella is okay in that regard, and Heron I don't like for that at all. And It's like if people say who they do and don't want to be grouped with, and if you didn't, if it's a city right next to yours or a community that's adjacent, there's probably a likelihood that you might get grouped with them, and that's fine. But in Heron, I'm looking at District 1 and I'm on the southern extreme of it, and I'm looking at the northeastern extreme of it, and I have no affiliation and no relation with that part of the district. So I just don't like Heron for that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up to speak is William Wilson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm a resident here of Clinton Township, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Lakeshore Central Macomb area. And I want to thank you guys throughout this whole process, going back a number of years, for recognizing that lakefront community of interest. But I'm here to speak in favor of the Satella map. Another important community of interest here in Central Macomb is the Clinton River watershed. And I think the Satella map does a great job of putting a large chunk of that watershed into the same district, so that we can hopefully get a lot of environmental issues that we have surrounding that river, including into the lake, addressed. It's been kind of a decades-long struggle for us out here dealing with that. So I wanted to thank you guys for taking that into consideration, and also again talk in favor of hopefully you guys will vote in favor of the Satella map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we have Kelly Goldberg.
That participant is not present. The next participant that is available online right now is Noor. My apologies. I probably butchered your name.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. You actually did not butcher it. Got it right. Hey, my name is Noor, and first of all, I want to thank the commission for everything you guys have been doing. I live in Madison High, and I just wanted to come and speak in favor of MAP 404. What I believe MAP 404 does well, it keeps my friends in the Bangladeshi community all together. My friends that are along the Ryan Road corridor in Warren, and I like this map better than any of the other maps because it keeps us together as a united community, and I think that's cool. Thank you guys again so much for the work you've been doing, and that's all I had.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Shams.
That participant is not present. The next participant that is available online is Dylan.
Dylan, are you here with us today?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Good morning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you again for everything you guys are doing. I think that in general, kind of like I alluded to yesterday, I am I live in Rochester. And I think that like when you look at the fairness in general, I think that the MAP 404 is probably what's best for my district. I also think that the corridor between Rochester and Rochester Hills is just really, really important, and also having it with Troy. I used to live in Madison Heights, as I said yesterday. I think that keeping Madison Heights in Oakland County with Warren, that's also super, super important. So yeah, I hope that you guys consider MAP 404. Again, I think that you guys have done a pretty good job the last 2 days considering how many people are here today. So I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have Zanaya with us?
We do not. The next participant that is available is Renee.
Renee, are you here with us today?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Renee and I live in Melvindale. The map I wanted to talk about, I guess a lot of people are talking about today, is map 404. The main thing that I hope the commission keeps in mind is when I was looking at District 2, which covers Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, and Allen Park, was the Dearborn Ford Complex. It's the largest employer in what would be District 2 here, and with both economic and environmental concerns that our community have in common, it's appropriate to put us together as drawn on this map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kristen Buckler.
That participant is not present. The next available participant we have is Kyle.
Okay, Kyle Stefanski, you here with us this morning?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm here today to speak in favor of map 404. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Warren, and I believe that map 404 does by and far the best job of representing the Warren area. For one, it keeps us together, and secondly, it also has us grouped. It also has us getting grouped together with Madison Heights. Madison Heights and Warren have had a long-standing cross-county relationship for ages. And in this map, correctly, it's like reuniting Warren with Madison Heights without isolating it from the broader area of Oakland. So great job on that. Thank you. I've been really concerned, though, of what I've seen so far about the Cardinal map. Cardinal has an entire third roughly of Warren getting sectioned off with North Macomb, and that makes no sense because Warren has literally nothing in common with North Macomb. So I urge you to reject that map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have Violet Anderson with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
We can. You're a little loud, though.
Oh, let me turn me down. I'm sorry. I've always been like that, unfortunately. I hope this is better.
There you go. Good morning.
Thank you for having me. And I am speaking to you because, well, I spent 5 years, I was born and raised military, thought that everybody was, and grew up in a very small environment until I got to become an adult. And I did spend 5 years in the military when I was young. And I looked at I always thought that everything was fair in life. I never really questioned a whole lot. I don't know how my parents raised us this way, but that's how I was raised. I always thought one person, one vote. I am the child of an immigrant. I pass for white. Most people cannot figure out what I am, but I am not. I come from an ESL family. So what I got into politics because of a wonderful social studies teacher, and I've carried it with me my whole life. So I started looking at the redistricting maps. I thought this was a done deal. To my surprise, it wasn't. And I always thought, wow, why would you put this rural community way out here with this urban community? It never made sense to me because it doesn't represent the constituents in that area. So I did take some interest and I looked at the maps, and I came into what I'm hearing from other people here, the maps that seem to have the most fairness to me based on regionality, which I think is important because we all grew up with this little neighborhood. And I think we need to get back to that to some extent. It's map number 376, the Huron map, and then the map number 404 look pretty good, and 403 to me. The rest of them, it's like we're back in the 60s or 70s. It's like I'm reading where I thought I was still reading the 1800s with yellow journalism. So anyway, sorry, I digress. I support the 3 top maps that you guys have come up with, and thank you for your work for that. And hope that one of them makes it. Thank you for your time. And vote, one person, one vote. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned 3 maps, but
Yes.
you only said 2 of them. What's that third?
Oh, well, I saw the 376, the Huron map, and then the 404 Sizala, I think is what it's pronounced, and the 403, the Phoenix. Those 3 maps do a better job of keeping regions together. And I consider regions to also be neighborhoods. Think about when you were a kid and you would go over 2 streets over, or you would run around. If you break up neighborhoods, you've lost the continuity of that group of people. I worked in Dearborn at Ford. My husband worked there for 31 years. Knock on wood, he's still working there. It's, it's a neighborhood. Like-minded people that are influenced. I also had a mom who was the original tree hugger. So it also keeps the Detroit riverfront and Lake St. Clair and any of the river waterways together, which is very important for environmental concerns. Anyway, I digress. Thank you. And hope we get a better map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have Jeff Padden with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Jeff. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. Again, my name is Jeff Padden. I'm a member of the board of Voters Not Politicians, but I speak only for myself today. And I want to thank you for listening to all of us. The commission is required to create maps taking into account constitutional priorities as you do so. These are in ranked order as presented by Mr. Woods in his opening comments. The federal court requires you to improve the racial equity of the Senate maps, which is why you are here today. In addition, partisan fairness was the reason the voters adopted the anti-gerrymandering amendment in 2018. You can fully incorporate both of those priorities and do not have to compromise one for the other. You did so for the House, and it is essential that you take the same path for the Senate. For that reason, I strongly support the Heron map. On the other hand, the Cardinal map and some others compromise partisan fairness, which puts the commission in jeopardy of even further lawsuits. And I think you need to be concerned about that prospect. In the online comments, I see that many of the supporters of Cardinal seem to believe that maintaining municipal boundaries is the same as recognizing communities of interest, but this is mistaken. The requirement to consider municipal boundaries is a lower constitutional priority than racial equity and partisan fairness. Please do not make this error as you select a plan. Instead, consider racial equity and partisan fairness as the higher priorities as the Constitution requires. Again, racial equity and partisan fairness can be best achieved through adoption of the Heron Plan, and I urge you to adopt it. Thanks again so much for this time.
Thank you, Jeff, for addressing the commission. Commissioner Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. I had a question for Mr. Penn. I was taking notes, and when he's saying racial equity, is he referring to the VRA? I want to be very clear in my notes.
Yeah, and there are a couple of places in the criteria where there are allusions to racial equity. And I actually don't have them right in front of me at this moment, but it seems to me that number 1 mentions VRA and other federal law. And then there's another one maybe that's number 3 or something like that. So racial equity is a very high priority, no matter how you slice it, for the commission. But partisan fairness is right up there as well. And again, that was the motivation for people like me who were involved in developing that constitutional amendment and who went out and collected signatures to get it on the ballot. So I think you have, there's no conflict between those two priorities. And so I hope you will respect them both and adopt the Heron plan or another plan that is just as effective on those criteria. But thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Lang?
At first, yes, but let's move on. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Ella McCanna.
That participant is not present. I would recommend that we go back to Mr. Gallant.
Mr. Gallant, are you back with us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can.
All right, thank you very much. James Gallant, Marquette, these are my opinions. To MICRC as a whole, thanks for acknowledging my civility. And my question is, why did you allow full-on debate and deliberation to approve a Voters Not Politicians public policy proposal during the June 12th public hearing without prior notice? It was not on the agenda as new business. There's no written materials, and there's no motion second to begin the discussion as you were instructed by the Department of State. Where is Mike Brady? Please subpoena Mike Brady to appear here and reiterate his instructions that you must follow Robert's Rules of Order. Attorney Riley testified that the question before you is a voters politicians proposal. And well, that proposal came from the board of directors. Mr. Patton must have been approved that proposal, and maybe that's like a subcommittee now. Our legal liaison, Let, testified the commission provided numbers to Hanley. They're just numbers. She wasn't asked for opinions. The problem is Hanley testified that Director Woods asked her to comment on the proposal. So if the commission requested Dr. Hanley to comment, when was that vote by majority vote to approve that financial transaction to hire her to do that? It appears a clandestine legal liaison subcommittee brought that VNP proposal with expert testimony, and you all just suspended the rules, slipped right into committee of the whole without the majority vote required. Now, if this is the best you can do, Chairman Eade, on following the Robert's Rules of Order, you should resign immediately while apologizing to our COI, the entire state of Michigan, for your current incompetence while presiding over the MICRC. Can we just get back to the actual rules here? How did that business even get here? And I believe that the Voters Not Politicians board meeting, did they approve that proposal? Is now a subcommittee. We need to get the minutes from those meetings. That's a Schmedeke case in the Supreme Court. It said they acted effectively as a subcommittee. The guy said that he helped create the language in the proposal. Ask him about the affiliate question. Ask him about how the members have to affiliate with the Republican and Democratic parties. What did they mean by that? Because that board of directors, 8 people voted for that initiative to be put on the ballot. 8 people, not 10,000 voters, not politicians. This is a community group. There's 8 people. And on that, I just checked in the Lara corporate search for their annual report. There's 8 people on that board, and Mr. Patton is one of them. So he must have voted to approve that language. Now, please get him back here and ask him some more questions about what does it mean to affiliate? Do you have to actually be a voting member of the Democratic Party? What did they mean by these things that you are now suspicious of? You don't even know. So ask them to come back, those 8 people. Well, it was different people back then because it was Dr. Nancy Wang. And now you just don't follow the Robert's rules. How about you just hire a parliamentarian so that he can help you to slow down?
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your comments. We do have someone who is signed up to speak in person. I'll invite Stacy J to the microphone.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Hope you guys are well. Well, good morning. It's
Hello.
not quite noon yet.
We're almost there.
10 minutes shy. So my name is Stacy Deering. I am indeed a lifelong Detroiter. and I've worked in Metro Detroit since I was 15, so very aware of the communities. So I would like to again thank the commissioners for listening and considering our previous comments when drafting the current maps that have been proposed. So upon reviewing the 12 maps that have been submitted, I support the Zatella map. This map grants the fairest consideration to communities of interest and all minority communities that reside in the Tri-County region, referring to Wayne, Macomb, and Oakland, of course. As we've seen by the demographics, that Southeast Michigan has a high presence of cultural and ethnic communities, and it's important to keep these communities together. The Zatella map incorporates keeping communities of interest together in cities such as Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, and Warrendale. To ensure that these communities are kept intact, we ask that you extend the Warrendale boundary to Tireman Avenue, because a lot of the maps just have like a third or maybe a quarter of Warrendale, and then remove the city of Taylor from District 2, as they do not share the same lived experiences and cultural heritage as these cities. The commission does have a very important task, as I'm sure you're aware of, and thank you guys for working so diligently, of determining the level of representation that our communities of interest will have for the next 10 years and the generational impact it will have for our future. I know indeed this has been a very challenging task for the commission, and I appreciate your diligence and efforts in putting forth equitable maps. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Stacy, for addressing the commission.
Chair, I would like to acknowledge that we do have another remote public comment individual available for their first round. That would be Mary Ann Fontana.
Shall I start speaking now?
One moment, sorry. Okay. Hello, Marianne. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much. And I want to start out with a question. I have spoken to the commission before, but my question is, I think I was misinterpreting maybe the Zatella map when I was looking at it originally. On the Zatella map, have they drawn Huntington Woods into the same district as Royal Oak and Berkeley? Is that correct?
So it looks like that area in that map is in District 10. It looks like it's Berkeley, Huntington Woods, and Royal Oak going east into Madison Heights and then into Warren.
Okay. Yeah, actually then that will be my favored map. I live in Huntington Woods. I feel that that becomes a district that is similar to where we have always been drawn into, and a lot of shared interests there. Just that whole community, that whole Woodward corridor really makes a lot of sense for me. So I would say at this point that I prefer that map. I also think it spread very well in partisan fairness and all of the other, the VRA, et cetera, all of the other criteria. So basically, I just want to add that haven't been able to listen to a lot of the comments. I'm out of town right now, so I would, but what I have heard, it sounds like a lot of people have been supporting that map for a lot of other reasons, which I don't probably need to reiterate. So I would just say personally, I am supporting first the Zatella map. I would say that would be my preferred. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Department of State, is there anybody else online who hasn't taken their first turn yet?
It does not appear so. However, we did just have a hand raised by an individual who did not sign up prior to this meeting. In fact, we have 2 hands raised by individuals online who did not sign up. If you would like to allow them to provide comment.
Yes, let's hear from them both. Just please state your name for the record first.
The first will be Yusuf.
Welcome, Yusuf.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, perfect. Hi, my name is Yusuf. Hi, commissioners. Hope you are doing well today. I went back and listened to yesterday's meeting as I had missed it earlier. I was disappointed to hear that a caller was advocating for ignoring the Chaldean community of interest because that caller believed a supposed Republican operative is advocating for certain maps and using the Chaldean community for his advocacy. I'd like to respond to this. First, in 2021, I have called multiple times, showed up to a few meetings, and I have inputted more than 50 comments in the portal advocating for fair maps for Chaldean community for all Senate, House, and Congressional. I never felt the need to mention the Chaldean churches, so I just want to make a few clarifying points. There are 10 Chaldean churches in Michigan, 4 on the west side, west meaning west of Livernois or Main Street, and 5 on the east side, and 1 in Grand Plank. So that's 10 in total. This info can be easily found when visiting St. Thomas Chaldean Diocese website and going to our churches link. For the Senate map, my main concern has always been for the Chaldeans on the east side, because I have always lived on the east side since immigrating to the US. Now, I have not heard of that supposed Republican operative's call or ever met him, but I guess the 3 Chaldean churches in question are St. Joseph in Troy, Holy Martyrs in Sterling Heights, and St. George in Shelby Township. If I look at these 3 churches, then the crane or the dove map include all the 3 churches within District 9 and the cardinal map in District 10. And that is why I was advocating for the crane or the dove map previously. But looking at the cardinal map more closely, the Chaldean community in District 10 is represented more fully in this cardinal map. But it does exclude the Chaldeans in Rochester Hills. It does include the Chaldeans in Madison Heights, which we have a Chaldean community there as well. No map is perfect and sacrifices must be made. And there are Chaldeans in Madison Heights. So I'm really fine with the cardinal or Senate map. So for the Chaldean community of interest and looking at the cardinal map more closely, my first choice is cardinal, second is crane, third is dove. Chaldeans have been ignored until this commission was formed. You commissioners did a great job on the Linden map for the Chaldean community, but the cardinal, crane, and dove maps are even better representation for Chaldeans than the Linden map was. Please don't split the Chaldean community and undo the awesome job you did with Linden. Chaldean community is a COI. I could be wrong, but isn't COI rated higher than partisan fairness? Please don't sacrifice the Chaldean community for supposedly a little more partisan fairness. Adopt either the cardinal, crane, or dove map. I thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yusuf, for addressing the commission. There was a second person.
There is Mari Reimer.
Mari, are you here with us today?
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Mari Reimer. I'm a longtime Michigan resident, and I'm also an Asian American. And my family is from Roseville. I've been following the redistricting process for a while now. And I do want to thank all the commissioners for their hard work. I know it's not easy. So I've been looking at the maps, and I think the best one is the Zatella map, like a lot of people have said here today, map 404. This has, I believe, the most respect for the various communities in the Macomb area. Excuse me. And I like how the Asian American communities of Macomb and Oakland counties are represented. And the map would also keep Warren together, which is has been a major concern of the community. And I have friends and family in Roseville that extend in the Asian American community up into Fraser and Sterling Heights. And this map, I honestly think, does a really exemplary job of connecting my community throughout the district. And yeah, I wholeheartedly endorse the Zatella map. And once again, thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, folks. Well, that does it for everyone's first round of public comment, who's appearing virtually, and it is 11:59. We do have a scheduled break at noon. It's been a long morning. I'm sure our sign language interpreters. Oh, it's at 12:30. Oh, okay. Well, is there anybody who has signed up to speak a second time?
The only participant appearing virtually that has signed up for a second public comment is Mr. Gallant.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Gallant, and then we will take 10 or 15 minutes before coming back before break.
Can you hear me? Mr. Reed,
We can.
are you hearing me?
Yes, Mr. Gallant, we can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. Just a little continuance, I guess, about what I noticed at the June 12th public hearing, as you allowed formally to deliberate concerning the voters, not politicians, public policy proposal without a motion, had nothing. I noticed that, Chair E, that you started the whole conversation by wrongfully addressing yourself in the first person, instead of saying the chair is just trying to wrap his head around the proposed metrics. You see, but you say I. See, now there's written rule. You're not supposed to do that. Maybe you should just start doing that, practicing that. And so now it appears that Mr. Riley and your appointed legal liaison, Commissioner Lett, are now my star witnesses of how you are not fulfilling your duties and responsibilities to follow the Robert's Rules of Order and the rules of procedure here. Just what the shenanigans you pulled yesterday, that was a complete, I don't know, it's like you're living in an insane delusion as that is defined in Michigan statutes. You believe something that is not true, even in the face of evidence that is not true. You are not following the rules. You need to have a motion first before you discuss anything. All these employees are supposed to be acting at your direction. You should have brought that voters, not politician proposal, talked to the commission and said, now, what do we want to do? We want to get the expert to give us a report. That's a financial transaction. Cost us tens of thousands of dollars for that little proposal thing that you brought. Who approved that? The vote, you did not vote by majority to approve that transaction, to hire her to do that. And this is what's wrong with this. You just kind of let the staff create policy over several couple 2-3 meetings, what you're talking about, good to go. It's not formal deliberation. This is how Marxist style communism works. This is the thing. You had no semblance of order. And I tell you, you are clearly, consistently.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your thoughts. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back at 12:15 to see if any more folks have signed up to comment. Test 1, 2, 3. There we go. We're going to be starting back up momentarily. If everyone could please take their seats. All right. At this time, no one has signed up to provide in-person public comment. Department of State, is there anyone online who has not gone already once who would like? Are there anyone who have not spoken once who would like to speak?
There is not at this time.
Okay, how about any of the members of the public who signed up to speak a second time?
There is no one online at this time.
Okay,
Everybody's gone to lunch.
well, there is no public comment. Does anyone have a motion?
Sorry, this is the interpreter. I don't hear anything if anything's being said.
Nothing is. We are scheduled for lunch at 12:30. It's now 12:20 plus. I would move we break for lunch and return at 1:30.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. The motion is to break now and return at 1:30. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We will return at 1:30. Hello.
Right.
Test 1, 2, 3. All right, folks, we're going to get started momentarily. If everyone could take their seats. All right. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:32 p.m. For the public watching and the public record, I'll ask Department of State for a roll call.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If your venue has changed from this morning's roll call, please share that during roll call when I call your name. I'll call commissioners alphabetically, starting with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Eade,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Acosta County, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton, present. Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Villette, present. Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Weiss,
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry. Mr. Chair, you have 10 commissioners present at roll call. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
At this time, we will return to public comment. We will once again do remote public comment. I'm sorry, we'll do live in-person public comment, followed by individuals who have signed up to speak virtually. Just as a reminder, the commission will be here at Renaissance High School until 7 p.m. As long as anybody who would like to speak is signed up before 7, we will be here to hear from you. We also have different resources and tools available to help facilitate a discussion about the maps and let you know about the options that are out there. In front of us in this room, we have quite a few different maps. To my left, there are some of the older maps, including the map drawn by the Michigan legislature during the 2010 census cycle, as well as the original Linden map that this commission adopted a couple of years ago. To the right of those are the 12 maps that this commission has forwarded to the court, and those are the maps we are deciding between. Up front, we also have a spreadsheet and packet of data that show all of the metrics that are behind these different mapping proposals. We do have a few folks who signed up to provide live public testimony at this time. The first being Mercedes Douglas. It's in the back, in the middle.
Hello, thank you for the chance to speak. I am recently returned to Michigan and was very happy to hear that we will be embarking on redistricting. And I really like the changes that are being proposed. And I agree with all of the commentary that is putting Zatella and Heron at the top of the list, both for their ability to meet the needs of bipartisanship, fairness, and also addressing the key concern, which is what's brought us all here today, making sure that there's fairness and Black representation. And for that reason, I am particularly supportive of the Zatella map. I think it addresses in particular the need to make sure that African Americans are represented properly in Detroit. And I like how my neighborhood has been divided out. I really put my support towards Zatella. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes. I saw you looking at some of the maps. If you'd like to continue looking at them and sign up for an additional public comment, you're more than welcome to. Next up is Jamie Lytle.
Hi, I'm Jamie Lyerly. I live in Pleasant Ridge, Michigan. I was just looking at Zatella and thinking how much more can we split Southeast Oakland. It's pretty egregious to split Ferndale from the surrounding areas to tack it on to the city. I think any of the maps which do not promulgate the 8-mile ditch, anything going across is a positive move. I can see where the strip farming of the earlier maps may have been troublesome, but that doesn't give license to return to an 8-mile wall.
Jamie, I'm sorry. So does that mean you were in favor or not in favor of crossing 8 Mile?
Very much in favor. The communities along the 8-mile border share much more, I would say, with the immediate areas south to north, and almost to the point of being less so east to west. These maps that tend to split Warren center line to add in Southeast Oakland. Again, I'm not sure that that's the best the best look or the best future. I think a moderate amount of crossing the border is the right way to go.
Those are the school bells.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the hook.
No, you can finish it if you thought.
And the final thing I want to say is I think that Southeast Oakland, particularly Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, certainly has not shied away from Black representation, either at the city level or the Michigan House level. And to suddenly throw those areas, split those areas, throw those areas into question, seems to fly in the face of the reality.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Those are all the folks who've signed up for in-person public comment. Once again, if any of y'all would like to take a further look at the maps and sign up for an additional 2 minutes, you are more than welcome to, and we invite you to do that. Department of State, is there anyone joining us via Zoom who has not spoken yet?
There is not at this time.
Okay, anyone signed up to speak a second time, perhaps?
There is not.
All right. Well, how about at this time we take a break until 2 p.m. and hopefully we have some more comments at that time. See you at 2, folks. All right, folks, it is 2 o'clock. We do not have anyone who has signed up to speak in person at this time. Is there anyone joining us virtually?
There is not at this time.
All right, well, we will break again and try again at 2:30. All right, folks, it is 2:30. And we do have somebody who signed up to give live testimony to the commission today. I'd like to invite Curtis Fernandez to the stage.
Hello, commissioners. I'm here to, to give my opinion on which maps I think are the best. I think the Satella maps and the Heron maps do a good job of keeping communities of color together and protecting their voting power. That being said, I personally lean towards the Satella map 404. And as one example, I'd like to point out, looking at Pontiac, it's kept together with, Pontiac is kind of on an island, so to speak. It's a little bit isolated and maybe doesn't have as much in common with the surrounding communities, but at least with the Satella map, it's grouped together with at least a few cities that it has more in common with, such as Southfield. So I do think that's important because the communities in Pontiac will have their voices heard better if they're combined with communities, more like-minded communities like Southfield. But again, I think those two maps are the best maps, the Satella map and the Heron map, but I do lean a little bit more towards the Satella map for the reason I just specified. But I thank you for your time and thank you for all your hard work, and let's continue to work together to protect democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. We appreciate your comments. Department of State, do we have anybody joining us online who would like to speak?
We do not have anyone that has signed up prior. However, we do have an individual who provided a first round comment earlier today with their hand raised. That would be Yusuf.
Yes, if you'd like an additional 2 minutes, that is within our rules.
I will go ahead and promote him to speak.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome back, Yusuf.
Thank you for allowing me to speak a second time. I want to make a few more points. I was very involved in 2021. One thing I noticed that many organizations give copy and paste responses to their members, and that was never an issue until I guess someone did it with Chaldeans. Since more Chaldeans or those advocating for Chaldeans are calling in, a caller had an issue with that. But what's more disheartening is that one of your own commissioners agreed with that caller. First, even if that commissioner is a confirmed Catholic, that doesn't mean that commissioner knows the Chaldean Catholic community. We are Eastern Rite Catholics and not Latin Rite. Just because we are both Catholics, that doesn't mean we are the same. Second, the commissioner didn't get the number of Chaldean churches in US or Michigan correct. There are 13 churches that belong to St. Thomas Chaldean Diocese and not 9. And there are 10 and not 6 churches in Southeast Michigan. As I mentioned before, there are 4 churches on the west side and 5 on the east side and 1 in Grand Plank. That commissioner didn't even know the difference between East Side Chaldean churches and West Side Chaldean churches. I have always been advocating for Senate and state maps for East Side Chaldeans since I am from this area and more familiar with it. So that caller and that commissioner were implying that if Chaldeans started calling and advocating for maps that benefit them, something nefarious is going on, or using that commissioner's own words, suspicious, and Chaldeans should be ignored now. But the same wasn't said about other groups or CRIs who call together with copy and paste responses. Perhaps that commissioner doesn't know the Chaldean community well. My question is why Chaldeans are being treated differently and we are putting in the back burner. I looked at the Huron map and it's horrible for Chaldeans. And just because I have 17 seconds, let's compare the Cardinal and the Huron map. Efficiency gap, both at Democrat 0.08. Seat vote ratio, both at 22-16 for Democrats. Left-side margins are very similar, 3.6 and 3.8. Actually, Cardinal gives fair margin for Democrats. I have more to say. It's up to you if I can continue.
Yusuf, your time has expired, but you can use our public comment portal as well, www.michigan.gov/MICRC. On that site, you can, put in writing all of the comments that you've been making with us live today, and we'll be sure to give it a read. But thank you for your comments. We do appreciate it. Department of State, do we have anybody else joining us virtually?
We do not at this time.
All right. Given that we have no more comments, we will break again. Let's come back at 2:55. All right, folks, we're gonna start back up momentarily.
I think they're gonna make me walk behind him.
And she is. But she's doing. She wanted to. Yeah. Yeah.
We do have someone who is signed up to give live public testimony to the commission. I'd like to invite Darwin Griffin to the microphone.
I guess I came in just in time.
You did. Hello,
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Griffin.
commissioners. I had spoke yesterday about the hearing map, and I talked to you, Commissioner Ede, and I was trying to see whether or not if there was a possibility that that portion that dips down into Detroit could be moved up into Macomb County. And I know I spoke with a couple of my colleagues that were here this morning, and they were telling me that I just got back from Lansing because I had to speak up there in the capitals. But I apologize because they were telling me that that's what they were advocating for as well with that map 376. So that's why I was wondering, is that a possibility to maneuver that so that that portion could be moved up from Wayne County back up into Macomb County?
Yeah, we can.
Because I think they were telling me that,
right.
They were telling me that you might be able to maneuver that part.
Once we get done with this process, hearing the testimony from this set of public comments, we can take any of these maps and make small changes like you're suggesting. And we did have folks earlier today that were advocating for that. We have Ryan right behind you also, who can even help, can help you make those changes and submit it to us if you'd like.
Yeah, because that's what they were telling me this morning, that I guess Virgil Smith and some others that were here this morning, that's what they were telling me, that they were in the process of trying to see between that map. And I believe it's is it 4-4? Is that the other map? I think those were the two maps that we were looking at, trying to see if we could advocate for those two, but especially the Heron map, the 376 map. So I'll talk to Ryan and see about possibly being able to maneuver that part of it. But thank you, commissioners, for letting me take this time with you.
So you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of State, do we have anybody joining us virtually who would like to speak?
We do not at this time.
All right. Well, it is 2:58. We do have a scheduled break from 3 to 4. I'd like to remind those watching that we will be here at Renaissance High School until 7 p.m. Again, we will be here until 7 p.m. Any members of the public who would like to provide public commentary to the commission, we invite you here to Renaissance High School to sign up. We have different tools available and different accessibility options available as well, whether that be language translation services, sign language interpretation. We have multiple maps out here for you to look at and engage with, as well as different data metrics for you to look at and engage with. We need to hear about your communities. Come through, let us know how you feel about these maps. With that said, are there any motions, commissioners?
Any motions to take break? I move we take a break.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Lett and a second by Commissioner Muldoon to take our scheduled break on the agenda. That's from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We will be back at 4 p.m. All right, folks, we are back and we do have some folks who have signed up for public comments. Actually, hold on. We came back from our scheduled break. So let's try that again. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:03 p.m. For the public watching and the public of record, I will now turn to Department of State to do the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, as I call your name, please say present. If your venue has changed from this morning or lunch meeting, please share your new venue location. I'll start alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett.
Present, and I moved over one chair.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Vallette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
We have 11 commissioners present. Mr. Chair, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
At this time, we will resume public comment. I'd like to remind everyone here and everyone watching that the commission will be here at Renaissance High School in the city of Detroit until 7 p.m. Anybody who is watching, anybody that wants to make comment on the 12 maps that the commission is currently deciding between is welcome to join us. We have a few tools available to help facilitate this discussion. As I'm sure all of you can see behind you, you see quite a lot of different maps printed out. On my left, we have some history. The one all the way to the left is the Senate configuration that the Michigan legislature created during the 2010 census cycle. One over to that is the Linden Senate map that this commission made 2 years ago, and the map that we are here again to change and fix. The rest of the maps are the 12 that we are currently deciding between and the 12 that we need comment from you folks to help with our deliberations and help decide which one to go with. I recommend you take a look at the maps, take a look at the areas you live in, and let us know which configurations you like best. We also have a data packet in the front by the sign-in sheet that some of you may have seen. The first page of that is kind of a little cheat sheet that has some of the metrics behind the maps. And then the rest of the packet is a little more detailed explanation on some of that data. We'll now start public comment. First up is Gilda Jacobs.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for joining us today.
Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to give testimony in favor of MAP 404. I'm Gilda Jacobs, and I served as a public official for 30 years, spanning local, county, and state government. I was first elected to the Michigan House of Representatives in 1998, and then served an additional 2 terms in the Michigan Senate for a total of 12 years in the legislature. I was honored to represent the people of the great state of Michigan, but more importantly, I was elected to be the voice for my constituents. To be honest, political rancor and partisan fighting had already become the norm in the Michigan legislature, so I was very happy when I was term limited. My party was so marginalized by the end of my Senate term that I often felt that it didn't matter if I showed up for work. This was not why I ran for office. I ran to be an advocate for the people who elected me, to give voice to all the people in my district, yet my hands were often tied. The folks I represented did not deserve to be marginalized by those in power. Their vote and participation in the election process should have mattered. But I want to tell you why I am here before you today. As I studied and compared the proposed maps, map 404 caught my attention. It has fewer municipal splits than Linden. In fact, it has the fewest municipal splits of any map the commission is considering. Why is this important? Having multiple legislators represent the same community is an inefficient, impractical formula for confusion for both constituents, the legislators themselves, as well as local governments. Constituents often do not know who their legislators are and often struggle to sort out who represents them if there are multiple legislators. If there is not a point person for them to contact, it creates more work for constituents who need to make multiple phone calls, write multiple letters, or set up multiple in-person meetings with their representatives. This is also true of local governments, school officials, and their staff who depend on the legislature to address and enact policies that directly affect the quality of life in their communities. Having multiple legislators also creates a fractured system of work for legislative office staff who need to interact with county, municipal, and school board administrations. In addition, it creates strains on legislators who want to attend and should attend school, city, and county commission meetings and events. I also want to briefly address the issue of communities of interest. The communities in map 404, including my city of Huntington Woods in District 10, are older communities. They have aging infrastructure, aging populations, and a drop in student populations, to mention a few. Many of these communities lack affordable housing and experience food insecurity. Enacting policy to address these issues on a regional basis would make more sense, and that would be more achievable, keeping these communities together.
Ms. Jacobs, I don't mean to interrupt, but your time has expired.
I just want to thank you for your consideration. I have copies of my testimony that I can give to your staff if you'd like.
Wonderful. You also can sign up for an additional 2 minutes if you'd like.
I pretty much told you everything that's on my mind, and it's hard for a former politician to do that in 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for addressing the
Thank you so
commission,
much.
and thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. What's the name of it? Sorry. Next up to provide public comment is Nina Abrams.
Hello, I've been here enough that I feel like your family. My name is Nina Abrams and I live in Huntington Woods. And I want to keep thanking you for working on the redistricting. You guys are doing real yeoman's work. I'm disappointed in the few number of maps that improve partisan fairness. Not everybody measures partisan fairness the same way, but in my looking at it, that's the critical thing. The closer you can get partisan fairness to zero, the fairer it is. And Gilda described some of the problems that occurred when there was no partisan fairness. The map I like best is Heron 376. Satella and Phoenix, to me, are a poor second and unacceptable are Lang, Wagner, Curry, Dove, Cardinal, Orton, Finch. We know you can meet all 7 criteria of the law. It's just that I think Heron does this best. Partisan fairness is important. Heron District 3, which is where I live for Huntington Woods, groups together the towns that I consider my hometown where I walk around: Berkeley, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township. And it groups together towns that we consider part of our neighborhood. District 9 does Royal Oak combination. And that again are places, and you've kept us on the Woodward corridor, which I feel is very, very important. We also in these neighborhoods have a lot of diversity by race, religion, and ethnic values. So when someone represents us, they get the whole gamut of things and it works well. Heron also keeps our related neighborhood, District 9 of Royal Oak, Troy, Clawson, Pleasant Ridge, Ferndale together. And again, that feels local to me and more neighborhoods west of Woodward. There's an option that someone suggested in the comments that I think is worth looking at. Southfield Township, which is Beverly Hills, and I'm not familiar with that because that's not my neighborhood, and it's all part of the Birmingham School District, could easily be moved with Birmingham, and you come and you take Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, and Madison Heights, and you connect them with 3, and you move Southfield Township to District 9. In other maps that you've drawn previously, we've crossed 8 Mile and expanded our neighborhood in a natural way. We were working and felt that going across 8 Mile created regions and not just local areas. Is that my time?
It is, Ms. Abrams, but like I told the last speaker, if you'd like to sign up for an additional 2 minutes, you can. And when we get around, we'll come back to you.
I've covered it. I just want to say Heron is best. And thanks, guys. You are really doing yeoman work.
Thank you for addressing the commission, and we very much appreciate it. Next up is Lucinda.
Thank you, Lucinda Kiles. I have lived in Huntington Woods for from about the early 90s till 2003. Then I moved to Oak Park, just across Coolidge, 2 blocks north and 1 block west or something like that. Anyway, it's a community of interest for me. I also have many friends, and I'm speaking to the Heron map, especially because living in North Oak Park, my the school district that I've been involved in is actually Berkeley, and it'll be divided if the Kellum or 403 map is adopted, although it's similar in other ways in terms of addressing some of the, I was educated before the talk by some of the commissioners showing that the partisan fairness pieces is about the same. So it has that. But the reason I favor the Heron over that would be the impact on my district, the children in my neighborhood, et cetera, in terms of it would be nice if we could have the same state senator going into the future. Also, we have our communities have worked together regionally with the Oakland County Commission people and all our state legislators to try to address common areas that we have, the kind of areas that Gilda Jacobs also addressed, and she's someone I admire very much. And I just want to thank the commission for making these hearings available and for all the work that you have done, which I think has been very fine work. I think the work you did on the State House maps was outstanding and addressed the court's concerns very well. And I think that Heron does the best job of the maps that I've been able to familiarize myself with, which I'm not an expert at, but I can tell my own neighborhood and my communities of interest and hope that you will hear my concerns, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we have Greg Dunow.
My name is Greg Dunow. I live in Royal Oak. I would like to say Heron. I think it is a good map because it is considered by the Republican, the Democrat, and the Independent commissioners. Was put together by them, I believe, and it keeps Royal Oak and Troy together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Delaney McDermott.
Hello, Commission. My name is Delaney McDermott, and I work in Dearborn. And I spend most of my time organizing with community members in Dearborn and the surrounding cities on issues of voter education and voter engagement. In my time organizing in this area, I have come to find that many members of the community feel apathetic around voting in elections. And one of the reasons why is the representation and choices that they are given do not reflect what they feel represents their community's interests and issues. I appreciate that the commission listened and considered the comments previously given when drafting the Michigan Senate maps. And I also appreciate the commission keeping some parts of Warrendale and all of Melvindale in most of the maps, which is a part of our access communities of interest. As you make your final decision on the Michigan Senate maps, I ask that you still keep all of Melvindale and Warrendale, extending to Tyerman Avenue, as they are part of access communities of interest in District 2. The populations of Warrendale and Melvindale have shared heritage, ancestry, and cultural identities as the access communities of interest. And this is why I am advocating that they remain in District 2 with the cities of similar backgrounds, such as Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. I do support the Zatella map, which is number 404, as it keeps the access communities of interest together and improves partisan fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I think I have a Miss Eldery next.
Hi, my name is Haneen. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to my comment and for all of your work. As I work in Dearborn and organize with community members in Dearborn and surrounding cities, I organize on issues of voter education and engagement, and I've noticed many community members express apathy towards voting and elections. One of the reasons for this apathy is that the representation and choices they are given on issues do not reflect what they feel represents their community's interests and their community's needs. That's why this is so important here today. I appreciate that the commission for listening and considering the comments previously given when drafting the Michigan Senate maps. I also appreciate the commission keeping some parts of Warrendale and all of Melvindale and most of the maps as part of our access community of interest. As you make your final decision on the Michigan Senate maps, I ask that you still keep all of Melvindale and Warrendale extending to Tyerman Avenue, as they are part of the access community of interest in District 2. The populations of Warrendale and Melvindale have shared heritage, ancestry, and cultural identities as the access community of interest. This is why we are advocating that they remain in District 2 with cities of similar background, such as Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. I support the Zatella map as it keeps the access community of interest together and improves partisan fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Fraida Butler.
Good afternoon. My name is Fredia Butler, and I am a community activist. And I worked in the group for voters, not politicians. And I was so disappointed when it came out that we really don't have representation of us in Lansing. And I can see where a politician has made the statement that people don't care, at least said that Blacks didn't care who represented them. And I am very, very concerned because we used to have 4 representatives in Lansing for Detroit. Now we have only 1. And therefore, I don't feel that that is fair because of the way the district has been drawn, that our votes are everywhere other than within the city of Detroit, which we have over 600,000 Black people in Detroit, and we're not fairly represented. And I was glad when the 3-judge panel said that it was a racial issue and that the district needs to be redrawn. And I'm hoping that the persons who is in charge of this, that would be fair for all of us. Everyone needs to be represented. So I appreciate this hearing. I'm disappointed that not more of us are here to speak up about the way it has been done, but we all have to live together, but let's do it fairly. I thank you for this hearing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. That concludes our in-person public comment. But once again, we will be here till 7. As long as anybody who comes through signs up by 7 p.m., we will be here to hear from them. We will now go to our remote public comment. We had a list earlier. Is there anyone from that list who has not spoken yet who would like to speak?
The first participant that is currently available is Amal.
Hello?
Amal, are you here with us today?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name's Amal Mohammed. I work in the city of Dearborn, and I want to keep my community of interest together. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Warrendale, as well as like many other parts of Michigan, such as Allen Park and Melvindale. I'm asking to keep these communities of interest together. We have been involved in the economic and cultural development of Southeast Michigan over the last 50 years. I'm here to advocate for the Zatella map 404. It does the fairest at keeping our community of interest together. So we ask that you remove Taylor and extend the Warrendale boundary up to Tyerman Avenue and keep all of Melvindale as part of our community of interest in District 2. Commissioners, you can draw district lines and maps that influence Michigan state and national landscape for the next 10 years. We urge you to consider the representation these communities will have in our futures as you finalize the Senate map. I do want to take the time to thank you for listening and considering our previous comments when drafting the Michigan Senate state maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, next up for remote public comment.
The next participant that is available is Kristen.
Kristen, are you here with us today?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Kristen. I am making this comment as a former resident of Southeast Michigan. I am commenting in support of the Heron, Kellum, and Zatella maps with specific focus on the Heron map. While all 3 maps that I've highlighted would improve partisan fairness, the Heron scores highest among them. In improving partisan fairness, the committee would establish parity among voter groups, and reduce racial gerrymandering. This in turn would transform the current voting structure in Michigan and ensure that elected officials and their seats in the state Senate accurately reflect the votes of the people. I hope that the committee will take this into consideration and select the Heron map for Michigan Senate map redistricting. Thank you to the committee for your time.
Thank you, Kristen, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. All right. Next up for remote public comment,
The next participant is Josephine.
Josephine, are you here with us this afternoon?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Josephine Mengucci, and I am a Black or African American resident of the city of Detroit. Having lived on the lower and far east side of the city, I understand how there are different communities and neighborhoods within the same part of town. While I prefer the Heron map, I believe that the lower and far east side should be separated similar to the Satilla 404 map. However, I will also understand if the boundary between District 1 and District 2 began at Alter Road. This is a better step towards partisan fairness while keeping communities of interest in the lower and far east side, as well as the upper and lower halves of the city of Detroit as a whole together. I hope that this input will be beneficial, and thank you to you and the commission for your time.
Josephine, can you repeat what you said about the boundary and Halter Road, I believe you said? Can you just repeat that for me?
Yeah, I was saying I understand that I will understand if based on the telemap 404, if the boundary was pushed from Chalmers to Alter Road instead.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. All right, can we have the next remote public speaker, please?
The next remote public speaker is Jakob.
Hello. My name is Yakub. I am a resident of Troy, Michigan, but I have grown up in Dearborn and I currently work in the city. I wanted to start by thanking the commission for taking the time to listen to these public comments and reflecting them into the Senate maps. And I appreciate that the commission was able to keep some parts of Warrendale and all of Melvindale in the maps as part of the Access Communities of Interest. Warrendale and Melvindale include populations that have important shared heritage and ancestries as the Access COI, and I ask that as you make your final decisions on the Michigan Senate maps that you continue to maintain as much of these communities as part of District 2, and consider keeping all of Melvindale and extending the Warrendale boundary to Tireman Avenue. Maintaining these communities would ensure we can quantify their needs better and thus develop programs that meet those needs and acquire the funding to do so in a more effective way. And so I believe the Zatella map 404 is the best map to do so, as it keeps the communities of interest together and improves partisan fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, can we have the next public commenter, please?
The next public commenter is Mohammed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Jaffer, and I'll be just reiterating some previously stated comments, but that's okay. Thank you for creating space for these comments today. I live and work in Dearborn. I've been a lifelong resident of the metro area, and I want to keep my community of interest together by urging you to adopt the Zatella map 404. Our community of interest is spread across a variety of cities like Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and other cities in Southeast Michigan. Our communities of interest who have shared heritage and identity are already a socially and politically marginalized group that continues to be left out of the redistricting process, which is minimizing the impact of our collective voice. In order to preserve this collective voice and to ensure policymakers can better address our needs and concerns, We ask that we extend the Warrendale boundary up to Tireman Avenue and keep all of Melvindale as part of our community of interest in District 2. The commission will determine the representation that the community of interest will have for the next 10 years and the generational impact it will have for our future. Thank you for creating space again for these comments, and I hope you'll consider these factors as you finalize the Michigan Senate map.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Can we have the next public commenter, please?
The next public commenter available is Zaina.
Zaina, are you here with us this afternoon?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start my comment. Hello, my name is Zana and I live in Dearborn. I want to keep my community of interest together. We have many shared concerns, including labor conditions and discrimination, civil rights and equality, and access to healthcare, in addition to the constant work of being accepted in American society. Our community of interest is spread across Southeast Michigan, including Warrendale. The Redistricting Commission has continued to marginalize our community by splitting our community of interest. Please consider Zetella Map Plan 404, as it is the fairest map that takes our communities of interest into consideration. Again, we would also like Warrendale and Melvindale to remain part of our community of interest in District 2. Thank you, commissioners, for listening and considering our previous comments when drafting the Michigan Senate maps. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, can we have the next speaker, please?
That concludes all of the participants that are currently online that have signed up previously.
Wonderful. And nobody else has signed up for a second round?
That is correct.
All right. Just want to give a shout out to the Department of State staff for helping us with these virtual public comment. We appreciate y'all. All right, that concludes the public comments that we currently have signed up. Once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. to hear what folks have to say about these 12 different Senate district proposals. At this time, we will break until 5 p.m. See y'all then. All right, folks, we're going to start back up momentarily. If everyone can take their seats, please. All right, folks, we are back and we do have one person who has signed up to speak remotely. Ruby, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Um, yeah, so my name is Ruby Mullins and I live on the west side of the state, but I have several friends and colleagues that live on the east side of the state and in the Detroit area. Yeah, so I'm on the behalf of my friends on the east side, and I would really like to urge the commission to prioritize maps Heron 376, Kellam 403, and Zatella 404. This is not only because they keep communities together in certain school districts, but also because they rank higher than others on the partisan fairness aspect of that. So I really, really urge the commission to take a really deep look at those ratings and really consider those three maps to be a priority when looking at which one is going to be the final one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. We appreciate your comments. Department of State, is there anyone else signed up for remote public comment?
There is not at this time.
All right, well, we have nobody here right now. Once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. at Renaissance High School in Detroit. We welcome members of the public to come out, take a look at these 12 different Senate district proposals, and let us know what you think. Let us know about your communities of interest. Let us know about, just what you think of these maps. Given that we have no comments, we will once again break. Let's see if we have any more folks at 5:45. All right, folks, we're going to get started momentarily. If everyone can please take their seats. All right. And we do have one person who has signed up for in-person public comment. Chris McLanis. Good evening. Give us 1 sec to get your mic going.
Okay.
There you go.
Excellent. Yes, I'm Chris McLonis. I am a resident of Ferndale. And out of all the different maps, I believe that the Starling touches off all the points that are important to me. Ferndale, as well as Green Acres and Palmer Park, are all LGBTQ communities. And I think it would be ideal to keep them all together in the same district. Also, the Orton map is good in virtue of the fact that Southfield Township and Birmingham would be in the same general district. Probably the best way to sum things up is that I would like for my city, Ferndale, and the LGBTQ communities that I've mentioned to be in the same district as Oak Park, Huntington Woods, Berkeley, Royal Oak Township, and Pleasant Ridge. I believe that those areas are communities of interest. I do not feel that Macomb County has enough in common with Oakland County to be part of any district all by itself. So those are my comments. I thank all of you who've been working on this for months, maybe years now. And I look forward to seeing the results of all the careful consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Department of State, has anyone signed up virtually?
There is no one online right now that has signed up for public comment.
All right. Do we have any more in person? I think I saw you, sir, looking at the maps. Do you want to do a comment or not at this time? All righty. Well, we will be here until 7 p.m. If anyone wants to come through and provide public comment, you're more than welcome to. We are at Renaissance High School. We want to hear from you. Show up, speak up. But right now, we don't have anyone. We will check back again at 6:20.
These are great.
Well, I just posted on my Facebook group page. Yeah. Telling people to come out. Cool. No waiting. They can come in, give their opinion and get on with their evening. Yeah, 1 hour. 1 hour. Mhm. Yeah, I gave the deadline of 7 p.m. So. Yeah, and don't stay till 7. Mhm.
All right, folks, we're going to start back up momentarily. If you could please take your seats.
Put into good use. I hope so.
All right, we do have somebody over the Zoom who has their hand up. Would they like to provide comment?
Good evening. Yes. Thank you so much to the commission for the time and opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Plowski, and I'm a resident of Southgate. I'm here tonight to express my support for the number 376, the Heroin map, and 403, the Kellum map. One of the critical strengths and aspects I find encouraging of the Heron and Kellum maps is the ability to unite communities with strong social, economic, and educational ties. The downriver communities, for example, share vibrant cultural and economic relationships that should be reflected in their legislative districts, particularly in transportation, public transportation, that bridges these communities from one end to the other. These maps do an excellent job of recognizing and maintaining their connections, whether that's from Flat Rock to Taylor or Romulus to Wyandotte. I was particularly interested and impressed with the Heron and Kellum's maps' fairness as seen in the percentage majoritarian outcomes. This ensures that the popular vote is accurately reflected in the distribution of seats, maintaining our trust in the electoral process with all voters. While other maps, like the 404, also offer fair solutions, the Heron and Kellum maps stand out for their ability to maintain community connections while achieving a high PMO. This is a fair and transparent seat with all residents in these communities, including my hometown, where I've resided for almost half my life. I strongly support the further work on these maps, and I'd like to thank the Commission for their transparency and the time and opportunity to speak for my consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Department of State, do we have anyone else who has signed up to speak virtually?
We do not.
All right, well, that concludes our public comment for now. We will once again take a short break and come back at 6:50 to see if we have any more folks that come through. Once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. We invite all folks watching, anybody interested who would like to provide comment on these maps. As long as you are here before 7 p.m., we will hear from you. Thank you, folks. All right, folks, we're gonna get started back up in a momentarily. If everyone could please take their seats and get ready to get going. All right, we do have three more speakers who have signed up to provide in-person testimony to the commission. I'd like to invite Sherry A. Dognago to the stage, to the microphone.
Good evening. Thank you, commission members, for this opportunity to address you. Thank you for the work that you all have continued to do throughout this entire tenure. of addressing the plaintiffs in the AGV Benson case, but not only the plaintiffs, but all the citizens in the state of Michigan. I am Sherry Gay Danielgo. I currently live in what would be, I guess, the 6th district that's on the maps that's provided, the maps that I'll be speaking to today. As the plaintiff agent, I had an opportunity to talk to a number of our plaintiffs and former members that have served these communities. And so I have a few comments to address the issue of the racial gerrymander. First, I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Orton, and all of you actually, but the map specifically that I believe puts us on the right trajectory are the maps from Commissioner Curry, which kind of serves as a foundation. And we know the evolution of the maps onto the Orton map. And then today, the map of which I want to advocate for, which is the Crane. That map basically, to me, addresses the issues of the racial gerrymander, and it complies with what the judges highlighted was an issue. I'm a little bit concerned with some of the other maps, but I won't focus on those that continue to spoke out into the suburban communities and not addressing the issues of the 3 strong seats that we would have in the city of Detroit to ensure that we would have African-American representation. And so we are wholeheartedly supporting the Crane map because it does that. I do have those suggestions as it relates to precincts number 335, 375, 376, 377, 355, 338, 337. Again, that is 335, 337, 338, 375, 376, 377, and I believe 355. Those diverse populations that are part of the Warrendale community, composed of African American, Latina, and Middle Eastern community. We want to make sure that the parts of Detroit still remain in Detroit. And so making sure that we just move those lines just slightly to ensure that the representation is still for Detroiters is represented by Detroiters. That is one of the strongest things that we have heard. We are pleased and stand with in support with a number of community leaders from the contiguous districts. We know that many of the residents found that community of interest in the Southwest Detroit community, as well as in Dearborn Heights, the Middle Eastern community. I think this is a map that puts everybody into a place where it's a strong compromise and now has abandoned the spoken process. So we're very grateful to get behind and come to a place of compromise as those who are a part of the AGV Benson case, the plaintiffs in alignment with this map, as well as it is with many residential leaders as well. So I do live in this particular Senate district that has been impacted. And again, I am also the spokesperson for AGV Benson case plaintiffs. So thank you again for your very hard work and certainly into getting into the schools. I am a Detroit school board member, so thank you for your work at being at Cass Tech, King High School, and Renaissance High School as well. This was a much easier place to access for a number of our residents. It's unfortunate that many of them still are not getting the word and getting out in the community to be able to make their voices heard, but know that I receive a number of phone calls, emails, inboxes on social media, what's happening next. So thank you all again. I appreciate it. And we are strongly advocating for the Crane map, as I believe it erases, and not completely erase, but it does address the racial gerrymandering, and it does not spoke out into suburban communities. Thank you again very much for your time and your appreciation for your collaborative efforts in progressing into what we see is a reasonable compromise with the Crane map, especially if you can address the Warrendale community precincts. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Sherry, for addressing the commission. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Winoya Robert Gray.
Thank you, Winona Roberts Gray. Thank you for providing this allowing me to have this platform to speak to you this evening. I'll be very brief, but I'd just like to say that I do stand in agreement with what Sherry advocated for. I'm a resident of Detroit. Senate District 6. And I'd just like to say that I stand, for the Crane District map, because the Crane District map is the one that helps us to prevent gerrymandering, where it's manipulating boundaries against people in the city of Detroit. And I think it's the best map for us, and it help us to have equal representation. So I just want to make sure that, I just want to be heard tonight, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have Gary Moorhead.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you again for all of your service. The time is late and I was going to say some things, but I think in the interest of time, I will submit them online. Let's hope it works. Commissioner Eid has been very helpful to help some submissions that I have that haven't gone through on the public comment portal. I don't know, I guess I'm not sure if it likes PDFs that doesn't like PDFs or what, but thank you to the Department of State for forwarding those and eventually getting them onto the thing. Maybe eventually that'll work right. I hope so. But my remarks are going to be about VRA districts, and when the post comes through, you'll see some spreadsheet work that I did. Basically, a four is a four is not true. Two of the fours don't have the partisan pool. Of course, the one that's a three doesn't have either of the yeses. And then there's an interesting concept called confidence, so that in future elections, which I know there was some interest on the part of the commissioners, what do you do about future elections? Well, we're just trying to figure out from the data that we have about, what a static look at things are. But you can see in two elections on the VRA analysis that there's a little bit of variation. So how much variation is realistic versus how much is, how much is it going to just stay the same all the time? And of course, you can't assume it's going to stay the same. So I'll address that in my submission, or an additional submission to the one that I've already said. And I think I probably have used up all the time that you have between now and getting out of here at 7. I don't want to be in the way of the stampede. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moorhead, for addressing the commission. Department of State, do we have any final folks who have signed up to speak virtually?
We do not at this time.
All right. That concludes the public comment portion of today's meeting. There are no items for consideration. There is no executive director's report today. Are there any announcements? Are there any acknowledgements? I'd just like to acknowledge Renaissance High School for having us here today. I'd also like to acknowledge all the folks that work to make sure these meetings are possible, whether it be the Department of State, the commission staff, all of the interpreters, including language translation services, closed captioning, sign language services, Chase Creative for making sure that AV is okay, as well as the commission's security team. We appreciate all of you that helps make these meetings happen. With that said, the items on the agenda are complete and the commission has no further business. A motion to adjourn is in order.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Callahan. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We